And hello everyone. Welcome back to Teddy's Haven. There has been an update to this game since the last time I played. And I'm curious to see what stuff was added. The changelog was a little ambiguous about what all was changed. But there's supposed to have been some like quality of life features brought in. It does not seem like any kind of search has been added to the bag of holding, unfortunately, which is one of the things that I was kind of hoping there would be, but it's fine. We did get that Lunareth that we needed. So that's good. I think we'll refine some of the blue sky shards. And I think we'll refine some of the thinking probably some more Manasite could be good. And we'll make some more Azure Berry Jam. Since we're legitimately selling that right now. I don't believe we're selling the Azure Berries, just the Azure Berry Jam. We are selling Nightshade, we are selling Kakarato, we are selling Ember Berries, and we are selling Ghost Berries. So all of these now have stuff in them. Cool. Alright, well let's go wander and explore like normal. We've got that big dude all the way the heck out there to talk to. I need to grab a mount so that I can get around quickly. Might as well go ahead and see if we can't get level 9 here with Teddy. This is definitely something that I expect the dev will like limit at some point. Like how much per day you can interact with Teddy. But for now, it's fine. You know? A fully polished game, this is not. It is still early access, so it's you know, there's going to be tons of things that are out of balance. But that's fine, you know? Finishing up with plenty of stone still, but to infuse the statue with extra magic, we need Lunareth. Lunareth is to be created by taking Lunasite shards and refining them in a Gleam Forge. For the statue, we need 10 Lunareth. We'll make progress by tomorrow morning. Cool. Well, I haven't found any lunacite. We did have enough lunarith from the lunacite that we refined. So that said, hello, Maverick. I don't know that I would necessarily say any better, but I also really wasn't having any issues with it before. I'm on a pretty high-end computer, so I've never really had any issues. But I did see that you did do an update to Unreal 5.6, so before I got onto the game today, I happened to look at Steam and read through like the updates there, so. But yeah, I mean, the game looks great. Even on like the lower settings, which I have it on just because I prefer the look of the lower settings. So there are people experiencing issues. That makes sense, yeah. I can definitely understand that. That's good. Like, that it runs better in general, you know, even for you and everything. Like, that's good. But yeah, I'm not exactly the most observant either. Like, I could have been having major issues and not even noticed. But it's running good, nice and smooth, you know, looks great. I have no issues, so it's just as fun as it has been. Yeah, no, I completely understand that. Like, as a game dev myself, I've had some issues that were like, okay, why is this, like, not working for you, but it's working fine for me, and, you know. So it's always nice when, you know, you can figure out what's wrong and how to fix it. Let's go talk to the big blue turtle out here. Boy, is he massive. This is a slim minority with either the best end processor or the most potato of machines. That's understandable. Ah, the brave little shopkeeper drifts upon my reef. I must have been a swim. The conversation with the salt in your socks. Oh, shopkeeper, you've that sparkle in your eye. like the waves of the laughing shoals. Place where dolphins sing riddles, and the coral grows in spirals like music. The sea foam there tastes sweet, and the gulls drop shells as gifts, not warnings. I once raced a pod of silver-backed orca. I lost, of course, and they laughed like old friends. The world needs places that only know joy. Thank you for being one of them. Oh, wow. He didn't give me a thing. Oh, he did. Oh, 25% profit. It took a moment for the window to pop up. But he did, in fact, give me a big boost. Oh, yeah. Yep, he is gone, actually. Holy crap, I didn't even see that. Cool. Very cool. They have intro and exit animations. Oh, I wish I had known that. I wish I had known that he was gonna, like, leave afterwards. I would've, like, watched. Cause I hadn't seen them, like, leaving. Like, they've always just hung around up until now, so I didn't even know that he was gonna leave. Oh well. Maybe next time. I can definitely keep watch next time that I see somebody. And, like, you know, watch for their actual exit animations next time. Two of the three dragons are the most polished. Makes sense. Not everything, just a few. Got it. Okay, cool. See, I like when devs are transparent about their games. I think more video game devs need to do that. Like, I understand the idea of, like, well, you know, we don't want to reveal everything to you. But, like, I don't know. I just think more people, just think more devs should be transparent, you know? Be like, hey, this is what we're working on. I understand that a lot of people, you know, like the Minecraft community, for example. Like, if Mojang was to be like, this is what we're working on, people would take that as like, oh, this is what's going to come out next week. And then it's like, no, we're working on this as in, like, it's going to be 2 years before this features, you know. Like, some people are going to overblow. Some people are going to be like, you know, oh, well, this is definitely coming. And then, of course, you cancel the feature because it just didn't work. And then they're like, ah, but you promised. Mojang showing the concept art of the birch forest. And then it was like, people got upset when it didn't come out. And it's like, because it was a concept at the time. We hadn't finalized it. And people were just like, ah, blah, 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 blah. Like, oh my gosh, shut up, people. Things take time and plans change. Yeah, for sure. Like, I can tell you things take time. The freaking game that I'm working on, I've been working on now for 2 years. And we're not any further into the development. Partially it's because the game that I'm working on, like, it was me and a couple of other friends. And then those friends all quit working. Because what happened, to be completely transparent, is they got busy. I have depression, like extreme depression. So because they got busy, then they weren't doing, work. And then I have extreme depression, so when they didn't do work, I didn't do work. And then because I wasn't doing work, then they turned around and continued to not do work. Because what was the point of doing the work if I wasn't doing the work? And it kind of spiraled into none of us were doing the work because none of us were doing the work. I'm back into doing the work, but very slowly. Like, I have only worked, I think, 3 times in the last month. And so, like, I haven't even, like, tried to talk to anybody about, helping out or anything again, because it's just like, I can't motivate myself. My depression is just so bad, I can't motivate myself. And so I don't want to bother anybody. It's like, if I can't get motivated to do the work, I don't want to ask a bunch of people to come help, and then freaking they all come to help out, and then I still don't do anything, I got some mail, but I'll check that later. Right? Yeah. That's the sad part, is that it's completely fair. Like, they got busy, which was fair, but then my depression was like, oh, they're not doing anything, so what's the point? And then because I wasn't doing anything, they were like, well, are we working on the project? And it's like, okay, I guess we're not working on it, and we're not gonna, You had a fire and a strict timeline. Oof. Yeah, oh yeah. Like, that's absolutely how it was working back when we were all working together, was I would see them work, and then that would motivate me to work, and then because I was working, that kept motivating them to work. The problem was that they actually had to take a break for a while, and then because they ended up taking a break, because they had to take the break, they didn't do work. But then my depression is like, well, what's the point on working on the project? Like, I kind of wish I, like, was being forced to work on it. But at the same time, I know that that would not, like, be good. But still, it really goes to show, like, 2 years ago, I had an idea for a game, And I put in a lot of work. I worked for freaking years on it, or not years, but like I worked for like 2 months straight. So, oh dear. Your family's health and your own was on the line. I can understand that. See, unfortunately for me, like, getting a game out would absolutely help me financially and help me, like, health-wise. My problem is I don't care about my health enough. Just like, I don't care about my health enough because my depression is so bad. You don't care about your own, just your family's. I mean, that makes sense. Like, I think that if I had somebody that was like truly dependent on me, it would definitely motivate me more. But like, I don't know, I live with my family and they supply everything. So like, I have no motivation. I'm on disability. Disability is enough to get me by. It's not great, but it's enough. Once was a knight named Arden, black-clad and feared for his fire. He was sent to the flooded temple where light had drowned. He fought monsters, but none bled. He faced trials, but none screamed. Only at the end, when he cast away his sword and stood unarmed before the waters, did the flame within him change from rage to warmth. Thank you. Kindness can be heavier than steel. That's what I always say. I don't know that I would say heavier. I would say stronger. Kindness can be more damning to a person than getting angry at them. When you treat somebody with kindness, but they're being like terrible, then they end up being like, "Aw, crap, man. I'm the worst." Hey, green fairy. I mean, I'm not gonna like sit here and try to claim like I don't get angry when people do things bad. I do quite regularly. But I always try, note the word try, I always try to turn it into kindness in some way. Sometimes I can't do that. Sometimes things just make me angry. You know? Hey now, I actually don't think I've ever gotten angry at you. No, I get angry at, like, FF14 players. But it's that sort of, like, you know, FF14, when I joined, was always being touted as being, like, the good community, like the nice community, the kind community. And so I get angry when people are not being kind on FF14. Like, I don't get angry at people in general in FF14. I get angry when people are not being nice. You know, people are purposefully being mean. I'm just like, yo, we're freaking FF14. Like, we don't do this crap. You know? Yeah, I will get angry at, like, a bad game mechanic. I'll agree to that. But I meant, I was meaning more, like, towards people, you know? As opposed to, like, you know, getting angry at the game. Because I'll get angry at games all the time. Freaking... yeah, that's what I like to say. It's like, we're FF14. We're the good community. You can be toxic all you want. Just go back to freaking World of Warcraft. You know? So... I mean, I've definitely gotten angry at, like, people. Like, if I were to stream my roulettes or my, like, anima grinding or something like that, you would probably see I get angry a good bit during, like, some of the dungeons when people are just being absolute freaking, like, horrible. But again, it's generally a matter of, like, these people are being toxic as opposed to, you know, they're doing something. Like, I won't get angry if somebody's doing something wrong. You know, I'm not gonna get angry like, you didn't do this mechanic right. Freaking, what are you, stupid? Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Because you know what? That's me. Like, I am the one getting the mechanics wrong. You know? So, like, I'm not gonna get angry because somebody screwed up a mechanic. Because that's me. Like, I'm gonna be the one that gets the mechanic wrong. I will get upset at the mechanic for being freaking stupid. Freaking Zero Miss EX. It's one of the stupidest freaking fights in all of FF14. And again, I mean, go, you know, to like the VOD viewers, you know. Like, you can go look at the, I think I called it, I tried Savage content. It went as bad as I expected. Or something like that. Where I did, like, one of the Savage raids. And we couldn't even get the guy down to, like, 90% after, like, an hour. And I'm just like, this is so dumb. Like, frick this. Sometimes dying just happens in a raid. Yeah, and that's the thing, like, I don't understand the idea of, like, oh, you died, now you have to be punished for it. Because, like, you died. That's already a punishment. You know? Like, is death not already a punishment? You know? Like, you did the thing wrong. You were punished, but with damage. You died. Oh, but that's not punishing enough. That's you were literally punished with damage. And then death. How is that not already enough punishment? But no. We have to punish you even further. Freaking damage down, vulnerability up. You know, you got the mechanic wrong, so therefore I'm going to punish everybody. Yeah, exactly. Why does the entire team get punished? Because I did a thing wrong. Like, I was the one that did it wrong. I will happily accept my punishment. But why does me getting it wrong kill the entire rest of the party? Well, it's to teach teamwork. Is it not already teaching you teamwork? Like, I would think that would do the opposite. That teaches trolling. You know? Like, go freaking play... What's the name of the Alliance raid? The first one in the Mists of the Realm. I don't remember the name offhand. Aglaya? It might be Aglaya. Whichever one the first one is. Like, if you do the scales wrong in that raid, when you're fighting Noldthal at the very end of the raid, if you do the scales wrong, everybody dies. Except that it's gotten to the point now where you can skip the scales regularly. So, trolls come into the raid, purposefully force the scales mechanic by doing lower damage, and then do the scales mechanic wrong and wipe everybody because haha funny. And then everybody gets upset, naturally. I'm like, this isn't teaching us teamwork. It's teaching trolls to troll. Like, now. You know? yeah, you don't mind wasting some of your time and like dying if it saves everybody else. But like when everybody has to do it like so perfectly, otherwise you die, you just end up being like, maybe I just don't feel like doing this. You know? It makes you not want to do it with randos, because why would you want to do it with somebody who might not know the mechanic or who might troll you with the mechanic? And then, because you're not doing it with randos, you're only doing it with your static, as people call it, then you just don't end up doing the content because your static's never available. Like, it does not teach teamwork. It does the exact opposite. It just teaches you not to bother playing the game. And, like, people will also comment, like, you know, well, you know, when they make a mechanic too obvious, then it makes the game too easy. But, like, if it's not clear what's going on, you're gonna die purely because you don't understand what's killing you. Like, again, referring back to my one video there of doing Savage content, the thing that was killing me in that raid was that the boss does this, like, he while he's doing another attack, he then turns around and, like, performs, or while he's doing one attack, he performs a second attack in the middle of it. And it's not very clear that he's going to hit you with that. And somebody had mentioned it at the beginning, but I had forgotten. And so then I was dying to that constantly, but nobody realized that I was failing that mechanic. So when I'm like, I don't understand what's killing me, nobody could tell me because it wasn't clear. It's like there's a difference between difficulty and just making something inaccessible. And people need to realize that making something, you know, inaccessible or less accessible does not make it more difficult and therefore better. I guarantee you that if I put out a game that did everything in its power to be as inaccessible and obnoxious as possible, everybody would hate it. And it would be for exactly the reasons that I talk about. But nobody would, like, agree that that would be the problem with other games. But in reality, it's like, okay, well, you said this is a good thing, so I just did that. Brutally hard fights with no clear patterns. Well, if they have a clear pattern, then all you have to do is memorize it, and then it's easy. Okay, so I'll just make a game where the bosses have no clear patterns. And in fairness, there are a lot of games that a lot of people do like where the bosses do not have clear patterns. It's hilarious to me that people consider those games like good. And like the bosses are good. Because it's like, okay, the game is actively fighting you, and you consider that good difficulty. I think some people are just masochistic. But they would never admit to that. And so to them, like, well, yeah, of course. If you're not fighting with the game, then are you really playing it? I'm sorry, I like good gameplay and good story. Not whatever the frick World of Warcraft is doing right now. You know, World of Warcraft, not to get too off topic, but World of Warcraft, the current expansion that they're doing is called The War Within. Which is why only the first, like, initial expansion content actually had you going underground and fighting stuff. Which is hilarious to me. Like, why was it called The War Within when we're going off into space? Like, we're not... The whole point was that the expansion was supposed to ground us in Azeroth. And now we're going off into space. I have given up on World of Warcraft storytelling. There's absolutely no way that World of Warcraft is ever going to be able to tell a comprehensive story at this point. The devs and storytellers have screwed up the world so badly at this point that they will never be able to go back to tell a good story. It's just never gonna happen. It doesn't matter who they bring in. to like write the story. Like, the fact of the matter is that they just can't tell they just can't tell a good story. Because they have screwed up everything so badly. It's okay, though. You know that the story has gotten bad when the one guy who was a huge advocate for World of Warcraft story has currently gotten into League of Legends. Like, the one guy who was like, hey, World of Warcraft actually has a great story. He's currently enjoying League of Legends. Like, okay. Like, even he thinks that the story in World of Warcraft has gotten so bad he would rather look at something else. I don't know, and I don't know that League of Legends is actually any improvement on it. But still. Ah, that one. There's the customers. I was starting to wonder where the customers were. $11.72. A huge turtle enchantment and a giant turtle enchantment, along with Teddy's care bonus. Those are like 3 big bonuses here. The dev did say that he wants to like expand the creatures and give them other like abilities outside of just profit boost. And probably even lower the like sheer amount of profit boost that they give you eventually. Because I mean, 20% is a lot. Nobody ever buys 4 swords. I mean, I don't think it's possible for them to buy 4 swords. I think they can only buy up to 2. Because, you know, they only have 2 hands, so they're not gonna, like, buy 4. I just think it would be fun to have them buy 4 swords. So that you know, and then you can make a 4 sword joke. Just because 4 sword, you know? Not that I think I would be able to make a, like, joke that's worthwhile. Wow, that went flying. Like, I don't think that I could make a 4 sword joke that would actually work. But shop level 8. $96, $97. $24.80. $29.61. $28.36. Hey, the backspace works. Sort of. That was the delete button on the numpad. So I don't know if actual backspace works, but I know now that there is a, you know, backspace that is available. Yeah, we're not running, like, we're doing pretty good on stock. 31.40. Well, hello, Jaina. She looks a lot like the Warcraft 3 version of Jaina, with the way her outfit is. So, again, I really feel like these models are very akin to the Warcraft style models, which I think is cool. Like, I will give Warcraft 1 credit. I like the style of the game. You know? In fact, I would give them 2 credits. Their story used to be good. Like, Warcraft used to be fun to play. But, you know, when you've run an MMO for 20 years, you kind of start to run out of ideas. You know? And I won't fault them for running out of ideas. But I will fault them for continuing to insist on, like, you know, running. Oh my gosh. Well, I can't seem to click out of the game at the moment. I think I need to There we go. Now I can click out of the game. I have to actually freaking pause it completely in order to click out. I can't just Alt-Tab out. Which is fine, I just couldn't get to the ban button because I couldn't Alt-Tab. Like I was trying to Alt-Tab, but it was keeping the cursor locked. Which is fine, I have no issues with that. I actually really like the fact that the cursor is locked into the game most of the time. It just, when I can't Alt-Tab out either, I'm like, ugh. Because my, like my default is to Alt-Tab to access other stuff. Dragon Blood Shards. $5.66. I will say this game has given me some ideas for my own world, and I hope that Maverick doesn't mind me stealing some of them. Because, like, just like, you know, ores and stuff, you know, that's like always been my biggest thing, is I'm never really sure what to add with like ores and materials. And you know, I have a crafting system in the game I'm working on, but I haven't been able to really do anything with it because I just haven't been able to come up with anything. You know? So, yeah, I mean, I am running it on windowed mode. You know. So like, it is nice that the camera gets locked into the game when you're in windowed mode. So you can't just click out. It's just that, like I said, my default is just Alt-Tab for like anything. Like whenever I'm in one program and I need to move to another, like my default is hit Alt-Tab and then that takes you to the other program, you know? And so it was like I was hitting Alt-Tab, but it wasn't letting me out of the game. Which wasn't a problem, it was just like, oh my gosh. You know? Usually that does work. And my brain was just not registering, like, this is not working. Try something else. I don't think I have any more gauntlets. There. Shop is mostly restocked now. Ghostberry. Do think I want to restock the Ghostberry. I'm a little unsure about the whole selling produce thing. I don't feel like I'm really making any money off of it. I'm wondering if I should just be converting all of the produce into like other stuff here. Like the jam. And thus maybe I should like go get a, you know, go do something else with that, you know? That's what I'm trying to say. Bedtime. Day 9. There is a cooldown on like how much you can interact with Teddy. But somebody who is diligent could just sit here and like interact with him over and over. You know? One more. There we go. Level 10. Is a foggy day. Oh, yep, it's raining. Oh, I bet that means that the water elemental will be there then. Oh, hey. Cool. Oh, and that's it. It looks like there's no more. The sign's gone. Statue of Luna, goddess of light. Luna had once shined high above, eternal and untouchable, watching upon the world with kindness and love. She came down to this world to make friends, to seek adventure, and to live a life beside the people she once watched from afar. She gave up her immortality so she could live, grow old, and pass on with the people she cared for most. Though her time here ended, her light remains in every memory, every story, and in every kind heart. Her sacrifice will not be forgotten. Those we've lost are never truly gone, so long as we remember them. Ha ha ha! Nice. So yet another Lunar reference. The goddess Luna. Which in Lunar, that is actually in the first Lunar game. That's like this whole story. Is the goddess turned mortal and became Luna. She gave up her immortality. Also, just as a quick note for those who are who are actually like paying attention to like the stream schedule, there is a stream planned for tomorrow for FF14 because patch 7.3. It will just be a late stream. We have a busy day on Wednesday. And so we're going to be going shopping on Tuesday instead of our usual Wednesday. And that's usually why I don't stream on Wednesdays, is because we're going shopping on Wednesdays. But we're going shopping on Tuesday. The issue with that, obviously, is FF14's patch comes out tomorrow, Tuesday, and I'm going to want to play that. And if I'm going to play that, I'm going to want to stream that. So naturally, I'm going to still end up having to stream it. I'm just going to have to do it later in the day. It'll probably be like 8 o'clock instead of earlier than that. Because, you know, I try to, like, if I'm going to stream, I try to start streaming, like, around 6 at the latest. Like, today I think I started at, what, 5? 4:30-ish? We've been going for an hour. It's currently 5:30, so it must have been about 4:30 today. And I would like to be able to say, you know, oh, I'm going to stream at this exact time each day. And, like, be consistent that way. But the problem is, I have chronic fatigue syndrome. And there are more than a few times where I will wake up at like 2. I'll be awake for an hour, hour and a half. And then I will fall asleep until like 10 o'clock. And so I can never truly be like, I'm going to stream at this time. Because I could be, for all I know, I could be asleep at that time. You know, unfortunately, chronic fatigue syndrome does not care about your plans. Or what you want to do. Chronic fatigue syndrome says, not you sleeping now. And you get the choice of, are you sleeping now, or are you fighting to stay awake for hours until your body decides, okay, we can be awake. Some people do it, you know. Some people take the, I'm gonna fight. And sometimes it works out. I can't do that. Didn't get any sleep last night? Oh dear. Unfortunately for me, it's not a lack of sleep. I even have sleep medication to help me sleep. You know? Although I have discovered that now that I've gotten so used to my sleep medication, I absolutely cannot sleep without that sleep medication. Unless, you know, it's my CFS, of course. My CFS will just be like, okay, you sleep now. And then I sleep. But if I don't have, like, if CFS is not telling me to sleep, like, I'm not sleeping without my medication. And it's not the medication that makes me feel like sleepy, like during the day or anything. You know, I've been dealing with the chronic fatigue since before I got this medication. I just always figured that I was dealing with the chronic fatigue because I just wasn't sleeping enough during the night. Now I'm getting a full night's sleep, waking up, and my body's still deciding, nah, we go back to sleep. It's obnoxious. It really is. Like, if you've ever been watching a stream and I'm like yawning a lot during the stream, like, that's just chronic fatigue. It's not that I didn't sleep good last night, it's just my body is saying time for sleepy times for no reason. Unfortunately, the cause of chronic fatigue syndrome is still unknown. With all the, ads, medication ads always say, gentle spirit of the water elemental. Cool. Hello, water elemental. Somebody told me that he only appears when it rains. I don't remember who. And that was why, I was like, hey, we can see the water elemental today. Because it's raining. And I remembered that someone had told me that he only appears when it rains. I probably read it in the Discord server. There's that chronic fatigue right there. Just yawning for no reason. Again, 5:45 in the day. And my body just decides, nah, I want to go back to sleep. I'm sure I can probably bring it up with my doctor when I see her in a couple weeks here. And be like, I am dealing with, chronic fatigue, I think. You probably have to get, an official diagnosis for that. I don't know how that works. But they probably have to give you an official diagnosis before they can try to do anything. I'd have to talk to her about it. I have no idea how that works. I just know that God, I just know that I am always tired. I can get 5 hours of sleep. I can get 12 hours of sleep. It doesn't matter. I'm still tired. But like also anytime I kind of go like really quiet during a stream and I'm like not talking but I'm still like playing, like I'm probably like struggling with dozing off. And I always get quiet when I really start to struggle with dozing off. Because I just get to the point where it's like, I am just not even gonna, like, think about talking anymore, you know? Or my brain gets to that point, I should say. My brain just is like, I don't feel like speaking anymore because I'm tired. I want to be asleep. I'm sitting here playing a game, trying to stream, being like, I can't sleep. You know? And my brain's just like, okay, if I can't sleep, I'm gonna still turn off. And then that's it. There's no more banter. Yeah, it doesn't have the energy to banter along. It's a good way of putting it. It's just like all of a sudden my brain is just like, nah. No more banter. I didn't actually talk to the giant turtle, I realized. Which is good, because there's still some berries over here that I missed, it looks like. So. But yeah, if there are points in the VODs, and I know that there are, you know, 4 gods before stars, there's only one, the earth scale, the first beast. It moved through nothing, and where it stepped, land was born. The gods found it dreaming in the deep and feared it. So they built the world around it, gently, quietly, so as not to wake it. I believe it dreams still. Thank you for not waking it now. Oh yeah, and that's sort of the biggest thing with me. Like, I don't really think in my head at all. I strongly struggle with like internalizing my thoughts. And so what I end up doing is just talking. And so when there are no thoughts in my head, I don't talk. You know? When my brain decides I'm tired, I'm not going to think, and my brain shuts off, like, I stop talking just completely. You know? And it really is like, I don't even, like, there's not a thought in my head when I'm not talking. You know, anytime when I am completely quiet, it's that there isn't even thoughts going on. You know, there's no thought, it's just me running around in whatever game, doing whatever mindless task. It's like, it's why I can play stuff like Minecraft or this and like end up going silent to begin with, is because they're mindless games, you know? And I don't mean that in any like bad way. I like mindless games. You know? I like to be able to just play a game without really thinking about what I'm doing. You know? It's kind of nice. And these games are all kinds of fun. But sometimes my brain just decides, like, you know what? This is a game I can play without having to think. So I'm going to go full shutdown mode. And so I'll be playing, but I'll be quiet. And, like, I'm basically, like, playing in my sleep, for lack of a better term. I actually did do that one time. It was a very long time ago. Back when Skyward Sword was first coming out, actually. When Skyward Sword was about to come out that November, I don't remember if it was October or if I started it in September. I think I started it in like October because Skyward Sword was coming out like middle of November. But I was doing a Zelda marathon where I was going to play every Zelda game that was out at the time. You know, again, this was Skyward Sword. This wasn't, you know, there was no Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom or Triforce Heroes. But, like, all the DS games were out. I think even Ocarina of Time 3D was out at one point. Maybe that came out later. But I was like, okay, you know, I'm going to just play through all of the Zelda games. And we started at Zelda 1, and we made our way through up to Skyward Sword. Yeah, I don't think Ocarina of Time 3D was out, because that was the other Zelda-thon I tried. And that particular Zelda-thon, I was trying to play all the games in, like, timeline order. So I don't think Ocarina of Time 3D was out yet. But either way, I was still trying to play all of the Zelda games before Skyward Sword came out. So that when Skyward Sword came out, I could turn around and then play Skyward Sword, you know, having just played all of the other Zelda games, you know, shortly prior. And we were playing the Oracle series games. I'm pretty sure it was Oracle of Ages that I was playing. And I always play Oracle of Ages first. when I do the Oracle series, just because that's the way that I've always done it. And so I always play Oracle of Ages first. And I was doing the stream, and your friend had the limited edition Ocarina of Time. Nice. Yeah, I think Link Between Worlds and Ocarina 3D came out after. Because I at least remember there being a big deal about Link Between Worlds, because it was like, okay, well, it clearly happens after A Link to the Past, but when? And them, like, having to add it to the timeline afterwards, because Hyrule Historia also came out around the release of Skyward Sword, because it was celebrating the 25th anniversary and all. So, but that was sort of the other reason I was doing the Zeldathon, because it was not only was it Skyward Sword, it was also the 25th anniversary of Zelda, and I'm like, I'm gonna do a big thing because 25th anniversary of Zelda and all. But I was playing the Oracle series, and we started playing Oracle of Ages, and back in those days, I used to have friends that came out, that would, like, come out to the streams and then would, like, join in on Skype. Like, good lord, freaking, think about that, freaking, not even Discord, it was Skype back then, you know? But, like, we would get on Skype and, you know, join voice call, and we'd, like, get on and talk. And we were playing Oracle of Ages, and I had gotten through the first dungeon, and was making my way to the second dungeon. And at some point after we had gotten to the second dungeon, I went, like, super quiet and, like, was not talking at all, which was not normal for me. You know, I didn't usually just go completely quiet, even especially when I had people there that were, like, talking to me and things like that. But, like, they were, like, talking to me and, like, asking me questions and things. I was not, like, responding. I was playing the game, so they were just like, seems kind of weird, you know? But, like, I was completely quiet. And I got through the second dungeon and made my way to the third dungeon of Oracle of Ages, and went through the whole, you know, the Tokay steal your stuff, and you have to go through that whole sequence, and, like, I'm doing all of this stuff, and I'm just, like, completely quiet, not talking at all. And I get into the third dungeon, and one of the people in the group was like, alright, Serene hasn't talked at all in, like, 2 hours now. You know? Like, Serene's playing, but I'm still concerned. And so they, like, hit me with, like, a Skype noise or something. And I remember waking up. Like, I remember that, like, I had actually, like, stopped and like took a moment to like wake up. And then I realized, like, I just played a dungeon and then the pre-dungeon in my sleep. Like, I had just been asleep the entire time. You know? But I was still playing. I was apparently conscious. You know? My brain, you know, I was doing the things. I wasn't dying. You know? I was going just like mindlessly and like automatically. But I was completely asleep. Wonder what would have happened if they let you keep going. I don't know that I would have, like, I probably would have woken up after a little bit. But yeah, it was it was just like, I don't know, I legitimately fell asleep. Like, my eyes were open, I was playing, I was conscious of what was going on, to some degree at least. You know, like I said, it wasn't like I was dying over and over again or anything. I was playing, I was doing good. I just was not consciously there. I was mentally just asleep the entire time. And I remember just kind of like groggily, like my mind comes back, you know, I start to come into focus. And I'm just like, huh? What? Where am I? What? I'm in the third. When did I get to the third dungeon? And my friends were just like, were you literally just asleep that entire time? I'm like, I guess so, because I have no recollection. Last thing I remember, I was starting the second dungeon. I had legitimately just fallen asleep. It kind of terrified me a little bit that, like, apparently I was so good at the game that I could do it in my sleep. But also it astounded me, like, how the heck did I fall asleep playing the game? And, like, I was just okay, you know? Especially with the Tokay section. I would have figured that would have woken me up. But apparently, I just knew what I was doing well enough that I just kept going. And had no problems. Needless to say, though, after that, we ended up skipping both Oracle of Ages and Seasons. Because I did not want to risk, like, falling back asleep. Because apparently I was either so bored. I mean, at the time, I thought that I was so bored with the game. Now I wonder if there wasn't some chronic fatigue involved. But I also don't really know how long I've had chronic fatigue. I don't think that I was dealing with it back then. But this was literally like 15 years ago. You know? But yeah, like having to go through the Tokay and like doing the dancing and, you know, go trade this item to get that item so that you can turn around and get to this place and then, you know, get the scent seeds. And like, apparently I just did all of that with zero issue. I was just completely asleep. And Like, that was kind of when they started to, like, wonder what was going on, because I was going through all of that. And, like, that's a lot of stuff to go through, and yet I was still completely silent. You know, barely reacting to anything. And it was literally getting into the third dungeon and, like, them waking me up that, like, made me suddenly come out of that, like, trance, if you will. The sleep trance that I had ended up in. And literally, I just, like, I paused playing the game and, like, sat back and was just like, oh my gosh. Like, what the frick? Like, how did I literally just play all of that in my sleep? Like, I feel like Oracle of Seasons I could understand a bit, because the puzzles in Seasons aren't as bad. Like, they're not as difficult and hard to, like, figure out. Oracle of Ages is absolutely the more difficult, like, puzzle-oriented game between the two. Like, Ages has the more difficult puzzles in it. But I was asleep. I don't know. Like, my brain was off. And so I just kind of decided at that point, like, I must just be so bored that I fell asleep. And I didn't want to fall back asleep if that was the case. You know? So we just skipped Oracle series and went to Majora's Mask. So, because we were playing in that, you know, there was no timeline, so I was playing them in chronological order. Like, in order of release. And Oracle of Ages and Seasons actually came out like a couple of months before Majora's Mask, I think. But they did technically come out before Majora's Mask. I think all three did come out in 2000, but Majora's Mask was like November or December, and the Oracle series was like summer-ish. So, what about Oracle of Secrets? They still haven't completed that one, so you know. I did once try to write an unofficial, like, story. An unofficial, like, Oracle of Seasons story. Or Oracle of Secrets story, rather. Because I had written both the Oracle of Ages and Oracle of Seasons. I mean, written in quotations. I mostly just stole what the manga did and then, like, added a few things in, you know, extra on my own. But I thought, like, oh, this would be a fun little extra thing that could have happened. Also, The Link that I was writing in Oracle series was a female. So there were, some things in that were occurring because it was a female Link instead. But it was still really just like I opened up the manga and was like, okay, what does the manga say? Yeah, they didn't have a lot of content in them, and that was sort of my viewpoint. Was the manga didn't have a lot of content in it, so what I viewed as what I was doing was taking the manga and like adding more content to it, basically. And I did. There was a lot of extra stuff. It wasn't a direct rip from the manga, but if the manga did it, I did it. Regardless. You could take my story and cut stuff and get the manga out of it, basically, because that's literally all I was doing at the time. Yeah, there were several creative liberties that the manga creators, Akira Torikawa, I believe. Like, it's two people, but they write under, like, one name. But yeah, the manga writers took a lot of liberties. And I didn't mind that too much. I just thought that the mangas were good because, they were the games, but in a different format. And so I was like, yeah, I like this. But after, like, reading all of the mangas that were available at the time, I was like, there's, like, stuff missing. And so that's when I began my project, quote-unquote, which was taking the manga and, like, adding what I thought the manga was missing. So like that was what I viewed what I was doing as, was just finishing the mangas, adding in all of the stuff that they didn't get, basically, and I think a lot of the reason that I thought that too was because just like a couple months prior to getting into the mangas, my sister had actually gotten me into the Star Wars comics. And she got me into the Star Wars comics, and I like started reading them. And I was like, I like these. These are great. And she goes, yeah, they're okay. Because she knew that I had trouble reading, like books. So she gave me the comics so that, like, I could enjoy the stories. But she was like, yeah, they're good. But the novels are better. Because they have to cut some content out. There's some things missing in the comics. But there's still a good adaptation of the novels. And so, like, that was what kind of caused me to start thinking, like, you know, the Zelda manga is a good adaptation, but it's missing some stuff. You know, stuff that you just can't do in the comic. Because, yeah, I was calling it comic back then, too. I had not yet fully understood the idea of manga. It was still comic to me. And so I kind of like mashed that. You know, the Star Trek, like, you know, the comics don't tell everything in the novel. In with the Zelda mangas, and was like, the manga doesn't tell everything. And so I was making it my duty to, like, create the full stories. You know, take the manga and do what the manga does, but then add stuff in so that the story felt longer, the story felt more complete, things like that. And it was pretty successful on fanfic.net back then. A lot of people enjoyed it. You know, a lot of people were commenting like, this feels like it's the manga a lot. But a lot of people were like, hey, this is actually pretty good. And like, I would tell people that did comment, like, you know, this feels like the manga. I'd be like, yeah, that it actually is. You know? Like, it is the manga. I'm taking the story from the manga. And I'm just, like, adding more stuff to it, you know? And they were like, oh, that's a really cool idea, you know? And like I said, it was pretty successful. I mean, it essentially gave people that couldn't find the manga a method to read the manga, in a way. Even if, like, they didn't fully realize that they were reading the manga or anything like that. But I ended up doing that with Ocarina of Time, and then I did it with Majora's Mask. And then after completing Majora's Mask, somebody asked if I planned to do Wind Waker. And I was like, well, I don't know if I'll do Wind Waker because I haven't actually played Wind Waker. But I had played Phantom Hourglass, and I had just begun writing that one. That was the first one that I was actually writing. Like, Phantom Hourglass didn't have the manga, you know? So, like, that was the first one where I was like, alright, I'm gonna actually, like, write my own this time. Instead of, you know, taking the manga, because it didn't have a manga. And I think I wrote one chapter of Phantom Hourglass. And the amount of people that asked in that chapter, like, cool, you're doing Phantom Hourglass. Do you plan on doing Wind Waker, though? Like, the amount of people that asked that made me go, okay, I don't know what Wind Waker is. I've never played it. But I understand that Wind Waker is the prequel, you know? And, like, everybody wants me to do Wind Waker first before I continue Phantom Hourglass. So, like, I can't do a game that I haven't played, so I guess I just have to go play it. And then I didn't actually play Wind Waker. What was it? Hollywood Video or something like that. There was a rental place. And you could rent movies, but they also had video games. But they didn't have Wind Waker, but they had Twilight Princess. So I rented Twilight Princess instead of Wind Waker. And I really enjoyed Twilight Princess. It was really good, and it was really creepy, and it was really fun, and I really enjoyed it. But you only get like a 5-day rental. So I had to return it. I did finish Twilight Princess before I returned it. But, like, I still had to return it, you know. But when I returned it, they still didn't have Wind Waker. But the side that the side that did the video games, they would rent out games, but also after a few rentals of a game, they would set it aside as you can purchase this now. Usually because, like, the disc was starting to get worn out, or the cartridge, or whatever. And so they didn't have Wind Waker, but they had Four Sword Adventures. And so I was like, you know what? It's a GameCube game as well, so why not? And so I played Four Sword Adventures. Like, I bought Four Sword Adventures. I didn't even rent that one. I was just like, Twilight Princess was great. I'm just going to buy this one. And so I did. I'd not even played Four Swords before I bought it. You know, I just straight up picked it up and was like, yeah, let's play it. And I did enjoy it, don't get me wrong. You know, Four Sword Adventures was a good game. It just wasn't as good as Twilight Princess, obviously. And then finally, I went back, you know, like a week later. And was like, you know what? I'm gonna see if they have Twilight Princess and buy it this time. Because I wanted to. I figured, you know what? Why not? You know, it would be cool to own Twilight Princess. And when I went in there, they had Wind Waker, but it was under the, like, you have to buy it. You can't rent it. And so I was like, you know what? I've enjoyed Twilight Princess. I've enjoyed Four Sword Adventures. I'm just going to go ahead and buy Wind Waker. And so I bought Wind Waker and played it. And I wish that I could go back to those days where I knew nothing about Wind Waker, because the sheer, like, glee that I felt every time something bad happened to Link, because, you know, it's a cartoony game, right? Uh-oh. Oh, dear. Teddy's Haven has crashed. Oh dear. It just suddenly popped up and said that it crashed. So, rip everything that we just did. Was I even doing anything? I mean, I was getting the store ready to run, but I don't know. I don't know that I did anything specific that caused it. It just suddenly came up with an error and said that it crashed. So, oh well. I'm just gonna go talk to the two guys. And get my bonuses. I'm probably not gonna go around and collect all the stuff again. Like, I'll collect some of it, but I don't think I'm gonna go collecting all of it again. Because that legitimate, like, it takes like an hour. So. But back on to what I was saying, like I bought Wind Waker. I wish I could go back to those days, because it was just, you know, like, I felt so happy and was laughing so hard at that game the first time I played it. Like, it was so fun to me back then. Like, everything about Wind Waker was just so toony and so funny and, like, fun. Like, I loved everything about it. And I wish that I wish that I could go back to those days purely just to recapture, you know, for like the stream, you know, and be like, look at how like insane, like, no joke, I had to stop playing for like 5 minutes during the scene where the Temple of the Gods rises. I had to stop for like 5 minutes after that cutscene because I was laughing so dang hard at Link getting blown into the sky and then coming down and slamming against the tower and everything. I was laughing so hard. Like, I was legitimately on the floor because I was laughing at that so hard. I don't know, I just loved so much of that game. It was so funny and it was so good. And I still enjoy it, don't get me wrong. Like, there's still there are parts that I really dislike. Like the Triforce Hunt. But it was so fun. You know? It was so fun, and it was so good, and it was so funny. You know? Like, if I had a way to, like, go back and, like, capture myself playing that game, it would be amazing because I was so freaking, like, ecstatic. And I was laughing so hard through so much of the game. You know? Because it was so good. And there's a lot of games that I do wish that I could go back and replay again for the first time. Because I wonder, with my current mentality about games and like how games should play and how games should feel. I wonder how many of the games that I like used to love, like I wonder how many of them I would even like give a chance to anymore. Because I think there are so many games back then that I always enjoyed purely because, like, I didn't know games could be better, I didn't know that games would get better. And so it's not that the, like, stories or anything are bad, it's just, like, some of the gameplay is really rough. And I wonder how many of those games I would, like, put down now. How many of those games would I, like, not even give 2 hours to? Like, how many games do I enjoy purely just because of nostalgia? And I have said before, like, I don't really know that I really feel nostalgia much, if at all. Because there are a lot of games that I have gone back to play that I remember from my childhood that I start playing, and after like just half an hour I'm like, I can't do this anymore. And it does make me wonder, like, how many games I'm still willing to give, like, the benefit of the doubt to, I guess. A passing grade to. Purely because, like, nostalgia, or, like, in the case of, like, Super Mario World, for example. Like, I play that no problem, but how much of that is that I play it no problem because I just got good at it back then? Would I play... Like, I don't play Super Mario Brothers 3 because I hate that game. Freaking... Like, I can't get past World 1. Like, would I be that way about Super Mario World if I had never played it before? In the core of Volundrith Crater, a fire still burns. A gift from the god Brannock Flamefeather. He gave it to mortals to warm their forges, but warned never feed it grief. They did. It grew and took the city with it, turning stone to molten glass. Now the fire whispers at night, asking for more sorrow to burn. Thank you for keeping your own fire gentle. Ah. He had some interesting stories. But yeah, I never... The thing with Zelda and me is I never really got into any of the discourse about, like, Zelda should be realistic or Zelda should be toony. I had no issues with Wind Waker. I felt like Wind Waker's style made sense. Because I had played Minish Cap before Wind Waker. And so, like, I guess I had just already gotten used to the idea of that style to begin with. Just from that. So when I went to play Wind Waker, it didn't even, like, it didn't even for a second bother me, you know? Yeah. The people that do a lot of that discourse, it's like, it just enjoy the game because it's fun, you know? I completely agree. Like, apparently they just don't care about fun. Because, like, it shouldn't matter what the game looks like, you know? Do you have fun? The jump between Link to the Past and Wind Waker was big for you. See, again, the jump between that didn't ever bother me. A Link to the Past was the first Zelda game that I played that I was aware was a Legend of Zelda game. For me, the very first Zelda game that I actually ever played was Link's Awakening. But I didn't know it was a Zelda game at the time, and I never beat it at the time. And so the first time The Legend of Zelda had, like, come up in my, like, knowledge was the first time I played, I'm pretty sure it was A Link to the Past. I played a little bit of Majora's Mask and a little bit of Ocarina of Time. But in both cases, I wasn't aware that it was the Legend of Zelda, like, series. My brother had called it Ocarina of Time. I really didn't pay attention to the title screen saying Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Same with Majora's Mask. I didn't really pay attention to the title screen saying Legend of Zelda. I just knew it was Majora's Mask. The totally legit file that I played Majora's Mask on, totally legit console. It definitely legit. Definitely wasn't a ROM that was labeled just Majora's Mask. And it was the same with Ocarina of Time. Like, I loaded up Ocarina of Time. The file was called Ocarina of Time, not Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. How did I not pay attention with an opening theme like Ocarina of Time's? Because I loaded the game and then I went straight into the save file select screen. Like, I almost spent no time on the opening screen. Did I get an EverDrive? I don't know what an EverDrive is, actually. So, probably not. Like, the name sounds familiar, but I don't remember. I mean, like, I'm not... what that is isn't, like, coming to my mind. Spent days worth of time. And yeah, I mean, I don't know that I've spent days worth of time on it, but, like, I have spent time on it listening to it since then. But, like, I don't know, I was 8. 10. I was 10. Oh, it's just an N64 adapter. Okay. No. I just ran it on my computer. So, my totally legit N64 that was attached to my computer. But no, I say that, but it 100%. It was all emulator, ROM, all that. You know, I like, that was where I first played them. Was on ROM, on emulator, you know. And like, I loaded them up on the computer. I played both of them. I never like got much of anywhere. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of why, like, it's like, you know, I don't, not quite saying it, because, you know, some people dislike the fact that emulators exist, and then they put an emulator on their system. I mean, that's all that the Nintendo Switch Online service is. It's just an emulator. So, but after I played Ocarina and Majora, then I turned around and played A Link to the Past. And when I played A Link to the Past, the ROM for A Link to the Past was actually labeled as The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past. And so when I played A Link to the Past, like, that was the first time I became truly aware of this thing called The Legend of Zelda, you know? And then I proceeded to finish A Link to the Past, and then I went back and I played Zelda 1, and I played Zelda 2, and I played Link's Awakening. And when I played Link's Awakening, I realized, like, oh wait, this is that game that I had as a kid that I only got, like, so far in, because I could never figure out how to get the Nightmare Key from the second dungeon. And so then I beat A Link to the Past, and that was great. I loved A Link to the Past. Link to the Past was a fantastic game. Space Maria toy set. Let's do this Alchemist's Agreement. I'm curious what that's going to give me. I mean, I'm assuming it's more like potions. Yes, stamina, clarity, and an Alchemist field journal. Ooh. Interesting. Very interesting. Go ahead and grab up these. I'm gonna do some redesign here. Okay. I'm gonna do some redesign here. I think I'm gonna stop selling the produce. And we're going to expand into more items. Boop. And box. Box. Put these in storage. And then I'm gonna buy... There's something about more shelving here. Oh, corner shelving. Okay. I think I'm good on that. Like just the normal like double shelf is fine. In fact, go ahead and move that over here. But yeah, so I ended up playing A Link to the Past like really late into, you know, my like Zelda life, if you will. I do remember being aware of the Legend of Zelda series when Minish Cap got announced. And I remember like following that pretty closely. Like I remember going out and like watching the like trailers for it, going on to like the Nintendo site and like looking at the info about it. And just like, you know, getting excited for, you know, the next Zelda game, basically, you know. I didn't get to play Minish Cap for another, I would say, year and a half after. $160. $120. But I do remember being really excited for Minish Cap coming out. And I remember getting excited about Twilight Princess coming out. Because that was the new game that was coming out. But I didn't get to play that right away. But I do remember, I think I got to play that like a year after it came out. So it wasn't that long after Twilight Princess came out. But I do remember getting to play Minish Cap. Trying to think of what else I can put on these shelves. Like, I don't have a lot of ore. Or I don't have a lot of, like, the ingot stuff. So I don't know that I want to go selling that and then, like, end up not having enough for people to, like, buy it. I can get a second crucible. I think that would be alright. Can I, like, put these, like, over here? So they're not taking up a ton of space over here. But like, one thing I can say is that I did enjoy, and still to this day greatly enjoy, Zelda 2. I do have to utilize an infinite life cheat code to play it, because otherwise, frick that game. But outside of the issue of lives, the game is not that bad. I actually do enjoy that game quite a bit. Whoop. Magical zip lines. Let's see. I don't know what kind of display these have to go on. Okay. Well, I mean, those can go on that, apparently, so that's fine. I'm just trying to think of exactly what else I want. So I do still have 2 full sections there that are empty. But out of these, I don't think I have anything that I can place. Like, these, I assume these quivers have to go on like this. Only place shelf items at this location. Yeah. So like, these I think have to go on these like weapon racks. And unfortunately, don't have another weapon rack. I mean, I guess I could buy one. Whoops. I mean, people need arrows for their bows. I'm just a little concerned because that only holds 6. I wish I could, like, mirror this guy. You know? So that I could, like, put him up against this corner. But, like, his path requires them to go, like, around that way. Put him outside? People can do their shopping out here. Like, people can check out there. I wish I could mirror. You know? Like, have this guy in this corner, but then have people able to walk around on this side. Because that would give me a little more space. Oh well. The question is, what do I put on these other 2 shelves? I have everything that I bought everything that I have that can go on shelves. I'd have to buy something else. This is produce. I guess I could do the second alchemist's agreement. Culinary Guild, Beast Guild, Gardening Guild. Future update. Buy copies of some of their environmental paintings. What? I'm curious about the Space Maria. Action Maria and Action P. Well, I mean, it's literally 2 things, so that works out. Ah! Again, I forgot that I was mounted. I have no idea what these are. They're definitely interesting, whatever they're meant to be. Nice amount of profit off of them. Though that depends on if they actually, like, sell much. I think that worked out. I think that's about center. I am a little worried about the quivers, though. Only having one set, I feel like, is setting myself up to, like, run out real fast, you know? I just don't know where else I would put another one. I mean, obviously, I could always put them on the wall over here. But, I don't know. I feel like that's, like, this is the employee area. You know? I don't know. I don't like people going back. Like, I know it doesn't matter, but I don't know. Feels weird to me. But see, I think customers walk around and go here. So... I just stick him in the middle of the store. I guess that's fine for now. We can always think about doing more later. Alright. Just gonna double check all the prices right fast. I don't know that there's any market fluctuation. I haven't actually seen any market fluctuation happen thus far. Like, the market price seems to pretty much always be the same. That might be something that's added later, since, you know, it is currently early access and all. Hey, look! It's the devs model. Or at least this is the model of the character that you first meet when you start the game, anyway. Oop, and he's done. 2 knives and an action figure. Bye-bye, wizard. 2 swords and a bow. I'm noticing that the people that are buying bows are not buying quivers. Like, they're not necessarily the same people. Although I had some extra bows, I just didn't realize. $16.99. Dagger and some jelly. You know, we're not selling any peanut butter. Oh my gosh, it's the geese. The geese are back. And the goats. The goats are back too. I haven't seen the goat adventures in a while. I haven't seen the geese in a while either. A goose is buying mana potions and a bow. Boy, these action figures are actually selling pretty well. Yeah, backspace. Oh dear, they're selling too well. The figures are almost completely out over there. Or at least the Action P ones are. And for 67. Oh. Field Alchemist books. Oh, your exact change. So her buying those made me realize I didn't check these to see if they were running low. And instinctively I decided I'll just buy. And then if I'm good, I'm good. And it turns out I was not good. So it was a good thing I bought. 30, 35. I'm gonna need bows too. $5.48. Let me buy them bows. You got 2 quivers and a sword. Not quite sure those work together, but okay. Whoops. Bagging leveled up. I don't know what bagging does. Level-wise. Like, usually leveling up stuff, like, benefits you more. Like, allows you to do stuff, like, faster. But I'm not sure what bagging would do. Because bagging is, at least as far as I can tell, it's just as quick as you can, like, hover over the item and click it. I'm running out of those potions. 1750. It's the clarity potion. $4.27. You picking up 2 bows there. I'm not sure how you plan to use both of them, but it's fine. Oh, I'm out of gauntlets. We had like a lot of customers this time. $32.09. Cool. Nope. Nope. Do need some of those though. Everybody loves the slime toy. Oh, empty. Oop, not empty. Thought it only had like 4 or 5 in there. I had way more. Hey, I had gauntlets left over. Mana potions. Need some daggers. Need some field journals. Not too many. But some. Bows. Quiver. I just love this game. This is such a fun game. I really do enjoy it. It's really fun. You know, I don't think I put anything into my, like, forge. What the frick? Huh? Star Shard. I stepped out of the building. I saw a big glowing thing. I was like, wait a minute. Is my fairy like glitching or something? And then the big glowing thing came down and slammed down. Like, what the frick? Freaking star shards. No, I did not put anything in any of these. Okay. Well. Let's go ahead and utilize one of the new features in the game, which is the ability to access your storage from anywhere. For now, the dev mentioned that this was a feature that will eventually get locked behind your store level. Like, you'll eventually have to buy this as an upgrade, which is totally fine, and I'm perfectly okay with that. But I might as well utilize it while we're right here. In fact, if anything, I can already see that that upgrade is going to be a little annoying, because I have all these crates now. I feel like maybe it would be best to maybe not immediately do that. You know. What did I know I had the Lunasite that I converted, but what else was there that oh, the blue sky shards. That's what it was. Crystology level 2. Ooh. Ah, the refining amount. I get 1 to 1. Or I get 1 times the stuff back. That bagging does have a speed though. Cool. Very cool. Yeah, see now, like, cool, I can access that from anywhere. But now I have to run back. Well, like, now I have to run the crates back. Like, you can pull stuff out of the bag of storage, but you can't put stuff in the bag of storage from anywhere. I imagine that'll come when, you know, there's the upgrade, when the feature is completed. So it may also just be that, like, any empty crates that I leave out would have just gone away after sleeping. But I don't know. Go ahead and get another level here with Teddy. Heart full of fluff. Teddy's love knows no bounds. Apparently that's just getting Teddy to level 11. Well, let's do more blue sky shards. Oh my gosh, I can't even open the door with the crate in my hand. I bet if I bought a restocker, they would actually handle, like, throwing away the crates. And we'll keep forging the Manasite. I don't know if there's anything I can do with the Manasite, like bars. Beyond just selling, I mean. Like, there might be something that they have planned eventually, but I think right now all I can do is sell the stuff. And speaking of selling the stuff, I think we're going to go ahead and get another expansion. Because I think it's about that time. Now the question is, which pink did I pick? Was it the first one? I think not. I think it was the second one. It was the second one. Rip. Well then, we just buy this one again. And we repaint. And apparently that still left me with some left. Alright. Well, with that upgrade out of the way, I have more space. Sort of. And by sort of, I mean, like, I do have more space. And the wall space, it's just that the wall space hasn't changed. But I have all this in the middle here where I can put stuff. And in that way, I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put these displays here into the center. Now we'll move our swords over here so that we can put the bows over here with the quivers. And then I think we'll put the knives over here with the swords. So I'm gonna need to move them down slightly. There we go. And I've got the gauntlets that I don't know what to do with. But I can put these right here. Cool. Very cool. I like it. I guess for now I can just kind of put them like over here. I'm just thinking. Is it raining again today? You do have the weather turned down, so it's a little difficult to fully see. But I think it is. Would be the effects. I don't know. I guess we'll find out when we go over to the elemental. Hi! I haven't seen you before. Didn't even know this guy was an option. Star shard is found where wishes fell and stayed. It hums with what might be, not what was. Hold it close and speak nothing. Increased mining amount. Ooh. So today is a good day to do some mining then. Once again, it fell on me and thus it went poof. Because if I got real close, like they seem to fall kinda out here, you know? Also, I should probably post on like the bug tracker that the sunberry, the sun apples, like when they hit you, they poof. That's more than likely a bug. And I don't know if Maverick is aware of said bug. That said, holy crap, +6 for everything I mine. Like, if I want to do out of boundium, today's a good day to go get some. I have so much stone, though. I need to buy an Orling. But even then, I don't know. Hi again. I forgot that you were there. Forgot he was there, so when I came around the corner there, he spooked me. That said, well, not related to that topic, but thing that popped into my head, like just now, Vinny Vinesauce, is celebrating, however you want to word it, 15 years of streaming. And he did a video, and in the video he like did some Q&A. And one of the questions that he got asked was, you know, how do you continue to stream after 15 years? Like, how do you not get burnt out? And I thought his answer to that was actually like something that I've been kind of missing to a degree. His answer to that was, you got to love streaming. You know, if you come into doing streaming and Twitch like it's a job, or because you want to make money, you know, because you want to get viewers, yada yada, all that stuff. Like, you're not gonna get, like, you're gonna get tired of it. You're gonna feel down about your streams at times when you're not meeting, you know, your expectations. And I've said that to myself several times, but it's kind of only just hitting me after, you know, hearing Vin say that and everything. It is. Like, it really is. Like, you got to love doing this. You know, playing games is not, you know, when people talk about streaming, right, it's like, you get paid to play video games. That's not really what streaming is. Yes, it is that you're here to play video games. Yes, you are playing video games, usually. You know, there's people that do other things. Like, you know, the number one thing on Twitch, which is that, you know, the girls that are selling their bodies. I mean, it'd be real easy for Twitch to do something about that. They could easily beat those allegations. But I mean, that's what they're doing. And Twitch isn't gonna stop that, you know. But back to the point that I was, you know, kind of getting at. Like, you know, streaming isn't, I get to play video games and that's all I have to do. Streaming is entertainment. I think that's what a lot of people that want to get into YouTube, that want to get into Twitch, forget. Is that if you're not, you know, a female that's on here to sell your body, you have to be entertaining. The story of Silverdeep, not of its rise, but its unraveling, must be told. It was the first land shaped by the gods, who each claimed it, each tore it. Their children, crafted in pride and flaw, fought their makers' battles until the sky split open. For from the ruin rose the free, those who chose life without divine command. Thank you for carrying that truth with you. So much lore. But yeah, if you come into this with the assumption, like, I'm gonna make money by playing video games, that's all I have to do, you're gonna find yourself getting tired. Not because, you know, chronic fatigue syndrome like me, but you're gonna get yourself worn out because you have to be on and entertaining. You have to be able to talk for long periods of time. You have to be able to react, which is honestly one of the things that I think I honestly suffer with is reacting. You know, I don't give the big wow or ugh when things happen, you know. Instead, for me, yeah, the elemental's not here. You know, for me, like, when a jump scare happens, I'll be like, huh! And that's it. That's my whole reaction. I don't scream. I don't do like a big dramatic, you know, blah! I just kinda, and even then, like, that, huh, like, that's when something, like, really makes me jump, you know, like, I came around and saw that dude over there, and, like, got jump scared by him, right, and, like, after I got jump scared, and after I had finished reacting, I was like, hi. Like, because my reaction was just to jump. You know? My entire reaction to seeing him when... You know, when he jump scared me there earlier, was just entirely, I jumped, and then, like, after I jumped, I was like, react! Like, react verbally. Like, hi! You know? But you know, it's not the coming onto Twitch and streaming is not, I get to play video games and, you know, that's that. It's you have to be able to get into it. You have to be able to talk. You have to be able to come up with things to talk about, even when the chat is dead. You know, a lot of the time, a lot of the bigger streamers that I see will, a lot of like their bits, if you will, aren't necessarily from them as much as it is chat said something. And then streamer repeated thing that chat said. You know, it's like, technically that's not, you know, like Vinesauce. You know, that's not a Vinesauce bit. That's a whatever that chat member's name was. It's just Vinny verbalized it, and then a bunch of people were like, oh, that's funny. So you have to be able to, like, do that, you know? You the streamer, when you're not big, have to be able to do the, like, oh, you know, here's a bit. That rotten boom. You know? And not all, and to be fair, like, most of Vinny's stuff is his, you know, thing. You know, spin, obviously, is his. You know, he was the one that did the spin in Super Mario not Super Mario, but Mario Superstars? Mario and Luigi Superstars. Whatever it is. It was one of the Mario and Luigi. It was the first Mario and Luigi game. That was the NPC was like, you can spin! And Vinny went, spin! And then that became, you know, the big thing. But like, you have to be able to do that, you know? You have to be able to see something that happens in the game, you know? There's a cow, and you're like, moo cow, you know? Like, you have to be able to entertain entirely on your own. Unless, of course, you have somebody else there, you know. Well, one of the benefits that the Game Grumps have is that it's two people. You know, you have both Dan and Aaron, which is great. You know, I'm not saying that, you know, oh, well, they're lesser because there's two of them. You know, but it does offload some of the work because you have two people, you know. You're able to take something and pass it to another person. That other person might find something funny that you maybe don't immediately find funny. And like create a bit that then you can then heighten, you know. But if you're doing this entirely on your own, it falls entirely on you to be entertaining, to find the funny things and create the bits, all on your own, you know? And I think that's where a lot of people miss, because they think of it as, I get paid, you know, they get paid to play video games. It's not that they're getting paid to play video games, you know. Doing one of these is no different. You know, doing a stream is no different than like a talk show host. You have to be able to come up with the funny. You know, you have to be able to talk. It's the same skill as like talk show hosts, just online instead of having to go to, you know, a network and say, hey, I'm funny, can you give me a show, you know? Instead, you just come on here and you be funny. And it's not entirely that, you know, you have to be funny. You have to be entertaining, right? And there are ways to do that outside of just being funny. You know? There are ways to be entertaining that maybe don't necessarily require being haha funny. But being haha funny is the easiest way to be entertaining. But even then, like, I mean, that's not easy to do, even then, you know. Just because it's the easiest does not mean that it's easy, because it could be the easiest way to do it, but it's still hard, you know? Me coming on here and streaming, like, yeah, I do enjoy getting to play a video game, but like, Scarix wouldn't be here if I was just playing a video game. You know, if there was no commentary, if I wasn't talking, you know, it would just be that I'm playing a game. And I do remember a time back in the 2009s, 2010s, where I did streaming, but since my voice does not sound the most feminine, I wasn't exactly confident or particularly like happy with, you know, putting my voice out there. And so I didn't. You know, I did silent streams. You know, you had the game, but I would like talk in chat. And that was fine for the time, but I don't think that would work now, really. But beyond just being entertaining, there's also like confidence. You have to have enough confidence to come in and do this every day. You know, I get on, well, when I stream, I get on here, and if I ever look at the viewer count, all I see is 1, maybe 2 viewers. And Twitch actually never shows you 0 viewers. The minimum that it will ever say is 1 viewer after like a period. Like it'll say 0 viewers when you first start. But after like a minute, it ticks up to 1, and it will never go down to 0 after that. And so even though it says 1, the truth of the matter is there still probably isn't anybody there, you know? And so you have to have enough confidence to come in and see you've got no viewers. You're talking to the ether. But you're going to keep doing it anyway. That is my biggest struggle, is the confidence. You know, it is the knowing that eventually that day will come. Because it did. Years and years ago. And as sad as it is to say, if I had been allowed to continue all those, you know, years and years and years ago, I would currently be celebrating, what, 16 years myself. Because I started back in 2009. You know, I could legitimately at this point be as big of a streamer as any other. But the only way I would have gotten that is if I had kept streaming. But due to financial concerns that my family had, they did not allow themselves to see the idea that this was going to become something eventually. All they saw was, it's not making money now, so screw you. And unfortunately, like, that's sort of kind of the problem. Like, you know, let's say I got into game dev hard right now. Immediately. Like, starting the moment I close the stream, I start going to make my game, right? To the people around me, that wouldn't matter. Because it's 5 to 6 years before that is going to do anything. Sure, once I'm doing that, yeah, that there's going to be tons of money coming in from that. But that's not yet, you know? There are more trees out here. These trees were not here before. There's just a bunch of trees out here in the water now. Huh. I wonder what that means. Actually, I think this area has been changed as a whole. What? These were not here. There are 2 new out-of-boundiums. This area did not exist before. The trees go all the way over to there. I wonder if that's an indication that he's going to add more stuff along the edge there eventually. Not a lot has been changed. At least not that I'm immediately noticing. This out-of-boundium is still in the same spot. The one by the castle is still in the same spot. But there are 2 new out-of-boundium veins, which is cool. Because they weren't there before. This is new. No, that's not new. Kind of? It's kind of new. It's a little new. It's not fully new. I could also just be remembering wrong, and that might not have been new at all. I figure I might as well collect the Out of Boundium, since I get this, like, bonus. You know, I'm getting +6 every time I mine. And sure, while I could come out here every time and I could get vastly more than I'm getting right now, that would still mean I'd have to come out here now, you know? I don't remember this hill. The castle hasn't changed at all, though. Still, I do wonder what all is, like, what all he is planning. You know, how much more of this world will be expanded upon. How much more stuff will be added to the world. I mean, supposedly, I haven't seen one yet, but then I also don't know what I'm looking for. Somebody told me to watch for Titans, and they're supposed to be like way the frick out there. I don't know what that means. I have no idea what they look like or anything. But that I should keep an eye out, like, out there, because Titans sometimes will spawn. So, like, you know, if he's putting stuff way the frick out there, I can only imagine that therefore he is planning to, like, expand out in that direction at some point. So but who knows? I think this is a really cool game. It's a lot of fun. It's obviously, you know, early access, not complete. But I think even if, like, no extra land was added, just like some resources were added that you can add to your shop, I'd be pretty satisfied with this game, honestly. You know, I really don't think that much more needs to be added to call it a complete game. However, I understand that there's probably several more years of development that this game is going to go through. And like, this game will probably be unrecognizable. You know, when it's complete. Like, the amount of stuff that has been added just since the two Game Grumps videos that were done, like, is insane. Like, straight up. Like, the very first time I played this game was already so much more, like, feature rich. And, like, had so much more stuff available than what I had seen in the two Game Grumps episodes. That I was like, wow. Just because, like, they had recorded those, like, 2 months ago, you know? Also, something neat that I'm noticing is you don't just, like, dismount. Before, when you dismounted, like, you just got that, basically that, would happen. But now, when you dismount, and see, now it's not doing the thing again. Yep, there it goes. But, like, even that, like, it wasn't even, like, kicking you even to the side. It was just dropping the mount beneath you and then moving on. You know, you moved on. So, like, that's already, like, a huge improvement. You know? So, I like it. What I'm saying is, I like it. Like, it's cool. Loans are available. I think I want to try to do as much without loans as possible. Kind of similar to what I was doing with Supermarket. So, I do wish I knew somebody that could do music. That's sort of one of the things stopping me from being able to release anything for my game. Is I have no music. Oh, your store has changed since the last time I've been by. That's what the customers are saying. They've won 14. Like, I don't know who does the music in this game. Goats! I don't know if it's just the, you know, if it's just Maverick. Like, if he was if he's just been doing like everything. The goat came in and bought just to buy an action figure, and that's it. All he bought was an action figure. Gonna need some more bows. Action figure. Action figures are actually selling pretty well, to be honest. Really, everything is selling pretty well. The weapons, the weapons I can't stock as much. So I'm kind of running out of those pretty quick. But otherwise, like, everything's selling pretty well. I'm just not maybe selling as much, of some product. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I'm not running out of a lot of product as much as I am like the swords and weapons. But that's because I can't stock as much of them. That's what I was trying to say. I can only stock 8 bows. So if I sell 8 bows, whoops, then I run out. Whereas if I sell 8 potions of health, like, that's barely anything. Swords. I do wonder, like, how much of some of these models, like, is made by him. And, like, how many are, like, bought off of, like, an asset store, Like, I'd be really surprised if all of this is, like, actually done by him. That'd be really cool. But I wouldn't, like, be upset if a lot of these were, like, asset store stuff. Freaking... I use RPG Maker assets all the time because... freaking, I can't sprite. Oh, it's dark over there. I didn't even think about that. Like, it's dark in this corner. I don't have a chandelier over there. I do have a floating candle, however. That is really funny. Candle really doesn't offer any light, though. Let me get a chandelier. The Incredible Series Space Maria. Wooden chandelier. Yes, sir. Hello, sir. Let me bag your stuff, sir. Cool. How is our stuff doing? Alright, actually. Need more Azure berry jam. Right over here. Boop, boop, boop. I will say, there was a part of me that was hoping that Space Maria was going to be some kind of Mischief Makers reference. And I suppose her name is Marina. But, like, that's close enough to me. And I also totally didn't remember that her name was Marina until just now. I literally thought, even like with that, even with the last thing I was saying there, I was thinking that her name was Maria. And it was literally after I said, you know, I was thinking it might be a Mischief Makers reference. Then I went, oh wait, no, that's Marina. Mischief Makers is both an awful game and a great game at the same time. And I have no idea how Enix accomplished that. Because I just find that absolutely astounding. That they managed to make, like, a really awful game while also at the same time making an amazing, stupid, hilarious game, like, at the same time. You know? Like, it's both awesome and sucks. I want to know how they did that. Have one health potion stored. Oh, I'm out of health potion. Holy crap. Wonder how long I've been out. Probably a while, considering that it took me that long to notice that it was out. Like, I just straight up didn't even see that it was out. So it's probably been like that for a little while. Boop, boop. That said, another reason I think I very much like this game over Supermarket, and maybe this is just, you know, like whatever, like Supermarket, like, released as like their full version. Even though like the game is still pretty bare bones and incomplete. Like they were in early access for a while, which was fine. And then I felt like, hey, this game's coming along pretty good, you know? It'll be neat to see what the game's like when it's done. And then, just out of nowhere, they were like, and now the full version, we're calling this the full version. And I'm like, but there's so many more things that you haven't added yet. Like, that you have said that you're going to add, you know? Like, it would be one thing if there was a bunch of stuff that, like, they could add, but they hadn't. But, like, this is on the degree of, like, that they haven't added, but have stated the full version was going to have. And it doesn't have those features. You know? So it's like, is it really, like, are you really okay with calling it the full version? Even though it's still missing half of the features that you, like, wanted to say that it was going to have when it was done? It just seems odd to me to claim that, like, it's done when it's not, you know? And I mean, you know, this game is still early access. Like, Maverick's not pretending that this game is done. In fact, he's very much still, like, doing big updates. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's released a new update to some degree almost every single day. I keep having to hit the update button on Steam. And I'm sure that most of that, obviously, is just little bug fixes. You know, he doesn't put out, like, a changelog unless it's, like, a big update. But the point is, like, the way that I see it is that he's not, like, trying to pretend, oh, this is a finished game. And, like, there's still a lot of features that he wants to add. And so he hasn't, you know, just, you know, the game's not done yet, you know? That's what I'm trying to say. Is there, like, glowy stuff way out there? What is that? Hang on. I'm gonna grab my mount so that we can go faster. I don't feel like I need the zip lines yet. Oh, I forgot about him. I forgot about him. And so, like, I walked around that and got jump scared by him again. I haven't seen a lot of the stuff here at night either. So I am a little curious. You know? Just like what some of the stuff looks like during the night. Is it just cloudy over here? I think it's just clouds. I think I was seeing these clouds and thinking that they were like some kind of glowy something. Well, lots of clouds are something. You know, go out to the clouds and it turns out you can harvest cloud. You know? That'd be really funny, actually. But yeah, it looks like it was just these clouds. They are really bright, though. They're also just like a 2D plane. Look at that. That's funny. Like, that's funny right there. I don't care who you are. That's funny right there. It's just a 2D plane. That's really funny, actually. I like that. I mean, it's out of bounds. You don't really need a big thing when your players shouldn't be coming over here. But of course, you know, we are coming out here. Because, you know, we love out of bounds. And out of boundium. Whoop, okay, that doesn't have collision. That's funny. Or I guess it has weird collision. It has some collision. It just doesn't exactly line up perfectly. Oh, this is sideways now. That one was just sitting in the water before, but now it's like aligned with the wall. So that's interesting. Cat. Orange meow. Alright, well, I think that was a good day. Whee! We'll have to come back and play day 11 another time. So, remember what I was saying about Titans? I think we found one. Good Lord. It's freaking massive. Wow. I mean, look at that. Like, what the frick, dude? And like, that's probably it, too. It probably just walks that way and then disappears after a bit. Wow. Like, I don't think there's any way, even if I had, like, started when it was over there, I don't think I could have gotten out to it. Like, it's moving pretty fast. I do want to see if, like, I can see it, like, disappear. I imagine that it reaches a certain point and then disappears. So... But yeah, I mean, what was I just saying earlier about, you know, somebody said watch for Titans out there? I see now. I see now. That is massive. Gosh dang, man. Like, it's so big. Yeah, it's way the heck out there now. Well, we'll see him again, you know, next stream too, because you know, this day will reset. Big Blue Titan. And I do wonder how far out he goes. 'Cause, like, he's really out there. Kinda expected he would, like, have unloaded by now. Considering how far out he is. But maybe Maverick doesn't want it to just, like, poof. I can understand that. Like, maybe it has to get way out there before it'll, like, disappear. Unless, like, it circles the outside or something. But I think it's still going in the same direction. I don't think it's turned or anything. I think it's just going. That's really cool, though. Bye-bye, Titan friend. Bye-bye. I can't hear you. I'm way here. I don't think that worked the way I was hoping, but oh well. That's cool. Well, while the Titan marches off into the nothing that's out there, I will say, I hope you've enjoyed. If you're watching over on YouTube, feel free to subscribe. You can check the playlist for more streams. A bunch of stuff has gone LOD, I'm just noticing. Hey, look at those trees. Man, though, he goes out far. But yeah, check out playlist for other streams. Come on out and watch live over at twitch.tv/Serene Inc. If you want to catch these live, you know, come on out, hang out with us, chat, all that. Sorry, I'm just admiring how far that thing goes. Like, it's still going. It's so freaking massive, too. Like, you can still see it this far away. Like, I bet if a player was out there, or maybe not like a player, but like an animal was like out there, you wouldn't even see them. They'd just be like a pixel. But he's still just that freaking massive, even though he's all the way beyond even the borders of the world. Anyway, I'll see you all next time. Bye-bye!